Hello everyone! It has been a minute since I've done a stream, but today is the day, I guess. We're doing more Galaxy 2, and if anyone has noticed, I did indeed flip the entire layout since the last stream we did. Previously, I would have been on the right side, but now I'm on the left. So yeah, we're just trying to, you know, do all World 3 Damageless and do all the comets. And you know, I didn't change anything else about the stream. You know, me flipping the layout, that's the only thing I did. You know, now I'm just waiting for somebody to trigger an alert or something. Because all the alerts are different. Wait, I don't have anywhere near that many coins. That's a reset there, because I considered deaths to be damage. Specifically, the equivalent of 3 hits. I don't know why on the planet I would do that, but I did. You know, one thing we need to do is we also need to do Boulder Bowl Galaxy, since last stream I skipped it. And that was in the quest to beat World 2, because if you remember, I was under a bit of like a time crunch, I think, that stream. No, that was the first stream where I had time pressures. That stream, it was going on too long, and I didn't exactly want to deal with Boulder Bowl at that moment. I need 30 coins for this, so what I think I can do is I can just... Yes, I can just do that. Wait, what am I doing? Apparently it is possible to do this star without the cloud flower. But, you know, I don't want to have to figure out how to do that, because that sounds obnoxious. Which is why Galaxy 2 Transformationless will probably never be a challenge run I do on this stream. And if it is, it's going to be years down the road from now. Well, not just this level, but Galaxy 2 Transformationless is, like, legitimately really hard. And I would actually have to learn how to do infinite flutter jumps. Because surprisingly, I am incapable of them. But that's the first star of today's stream. But we don't care. There's a reason we like to do secret stars first when the game allows us. Because it means we can skip that intro cutscene. We don't care about the Hungry Luma or the Hungry Luma planet now. I think that's now the second time that I have died that way. Let me... Take all our star bits, Bank Toad. Oh, what am I doing? Do-do. You know, let's not make the same mistake again. You know, one thing I find silly here is we have done this level on stream before, and in fact, it appeared during the 2024 stream that I saved for reasons unknown. And there's that level done. So now we have footage of me, you know, doing that level, but with the modern overlays and everything. We would have enough if we did Boulder Bowl. I think, no, we wouldn't. We would still be one short. Because I forgot that Boulder Bowl's second star is a secret star you don't unlock until much, much, much later in the game. There we go, there's the Luma Redeem. Its first appearance since, I think, July of last year. Before I upgraded to my current aesthetics. You know, somewhere MewPal is going to be very happy to see that redeem still exist. Hello, Jade. Yes, it is indeed Star. I know. I'm surprised that I still stream. Just kidding. But you know, welcome on in, Jade. I am alright. You know, I just started this stream, and I'm trying to hopefully complete all of World 3 today, as well as all of the prankster comments we're gonna get, because we're at the point where those are unlocked. Well, we will be. Because, you know, one thing in this game is it takes a lot longer for comets to exist. In Galaxy 1, you unlock them right after you do Space Junk Galaxy, which is, like, the second world of that game. But you have to get a bit into World 3 before they unlock here. And that's star number 3 of the day. And our first one outside of Clouded Court. You know, I'll play as you, Luigi, but, you know, only after I beat Bowser. AKA when I can do it full time.
Yes!
Our goal is star bit acquisition, since in addition to all the Hungry Luma galaxies, in order to even 100% this game, we need to max out the star bit counter. Now, why that is a requirement, I have no idea, but it is a very real requirement. And congrats on being third, Jade. Somehow, for our first three, Newbie isn't one of the first three. That feels like incredibly wrong on like multiple levels. That's the first time we've taken damage today, because the other times we've had to reset were deaths. You know, here, Bang Toad is one of our favorite characters here, and here in this house, we think it's a crime what they did in the Switch remake. You know, the things they did to Bang Toad in Galaxy 2 are why I'm never gonna buy the Switch remake. Okay, that isn't the actual reason, but it might as well be.
Yes.
Because, you know, the alternative reason is me saying that I don't like the control schemes for the Galaxy games on the Switch. Having played Galaxy 1 with the 3D All-Stars version. I also don't even know why, when they decided to remake this game for Switch, they decided to do a remake for Galaxy 1 on the Switch when 3D All-Stars already existed. It confused me a lot. Like, I know 3D All-Stars was a limited release and all, but it just felt redundant. And we all know the real reason why they did a remake for either game. It's because they wanted to hype up the Galaxy movie that they were doing. And I'm still a little surprised they picked the next Mario movie to be Mario Galaxy. Because it doesn't inherently feel like the choice I would have made, even as biased as I am. You know, I would have made a very different choice. I forgot that this slide can be a bit obnoxious, to say the least. And then we have to do this slide, but get a bunch of purple coins. You know, that definitely doesn't terrify me at all. I'll get the 1-up, even though the 1-up is completely useless in this challenge run. Yeah, that was a really, really bad idea. There was a much better way to avoid that wiggler. You know, it feels a little wrong to be doing Galaxy 2 Part 3 before we do Odyssey Part 2, but that's how that works sometimes.
Yes! Whee!
You know, I want to make sure I always get a certain number of star bits from each level. Which is why I start this getting all those star bits there, even though they don't really directly tie to beating the level. There we go. Oh. That's star number 4.
Oh, yeah. Cheers.
Wait, we triggered 2 of these cutscenes at the same time? That's actually kind of silly. Okay, that's actually... Nope. I'm not tolerating being that close to 1,000, because 1,000 does something silly. There we go. See, Bank Toad now has glasses on. Wait, really? This is gonna feel really funny because the last time I did this comet for a challenge run, it was the comet I was prepared to spend the entire stream on. Because in Stardust, this star is really, really hard. And almost makes the run impossible. And just a massive routing nightmare. Now we're not gonna try to do the star bit list because that would actually be to our detriment. Because we need star bits and a lot of them. And actually, getting this comet done now is a good thing, because a lot of stuff is locked behind this comet. Okay, what am I doing? I'm gonna... Because every single purple comet and Cosmic Clone Comet is locked behind this level. Now, I get the Cosmic Clone one, but the Purple Comet part feels weird. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, why don't you have the things? It's because I forgot to deposit them back in. No, that's not what I want to do, video game. I want to zoom out. We want to go to Yoshi Star Galaxy. And do the romp level. You know, and this is... You gotta go. See you next time, Eros. So normally, I wouldn't allow the Rainbow Star to be used. But this level, I'm pretty sure, is impossible if you don't use the Rainbow Star, so... Or it would be so astronomically difficult that I'm just gonna waive my exception. I'm just gonna waive that rule. Plus, I struggle with this level enough as is. I know I'm gonna fail it, so I'm just gonna restart. Because for the purposes of this challenge run, failing the comet means you die, and I consider a death to be the same thing as taking 3 hits of damage. So I do have to beat the comet. Okay, Nunchuck, can you just like... Can you behave properly for like 5 seconds? The good thing with this star is that failing it is kind of, or giving up on it, doesn't have any real consequences. If I am struggling with it too much, because I don't think this unlocks anything else. So I don't think this is a bottleneck for anything. My nunchuck. My nunchuck really doesn't want to work. Maybe it's the Wii remote, honestly. I don't know. I don't know if it's the nunchucks, because the last time I had controller issues with the Wii games, I got the nunchucks I currently use. I'm gonna try the other Wii remote. That would send me back to the Wii U menu. Wait, what am I doing? We don't want to be in... There we go. Now we got this star. It only took...
Oh, yeah.
You know, here, I'm going to toggle something on. There we go. You can blame one Mineko Star for me adding that. You know, I had to counteract the fact that I flipped my layout to be the opposite direction, or like opposite orientation of his somehow. Okay, so it seems that the Wii remotes they're both equally problematic. I previously thought it was the case that it was just one of them, but it seems like it's now both. Dig-a-Leg's Daredevil run. I remember this one, like, it caused a lot of issues on the Stardust run because I forgot how to do the boss fight. Well, I don't know if it's that I forgot how to do the boss fight and not collect star bits in the process. Daredevil comments are kind of weird because they're not really any harder in this run. It's kind of the unusual nature of this run is that these levels, they don't add any difficulty. There's no added difficulty. Because we are effectively already doing the challenge that this would normally impose. Our self-imposed rules don't allow us to take damage anyway. And you know, maybe that's why I first tried this level. Because you're inherently expected to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Why is the comet in the first level not spawned? That... We have... Is there some weird prerequisite behind it that I don't remember? If it's locked behind the level I haven't done yet, Boulder Bowl, that would be really weird. This is also an important comment that we do now, because it locks every single purple coin comet is locked behind this one. Now, why every single purple coin comet is locked behind it, I don't know. But that is just how it is. So, because the ads are in 5 minutes, if this attempt does not end in me getting the star, I'm going to be taking the break after this. And obviously, if I get the star this attempt, I will take a break as well. So I guess no matter what happens, I'm gonna be... Actually, no, I'll do this attempt because that attempt died so quickly. I'll do... I don't like when my character, like, starts getting stuck, because that just... The only way for me to get out of that state is to unplug the nunchuck, which I don't... It either gets stuck doing an input, or it physically doesn't allow me to do an input. Those are the two things it does. And I don't like it at all. You decide to do it there? Are you kidding me? Well... What I'm gonna do is, since the ads are very soon, I'm going to run the ads and we will be back with some more attempts of Puzzle Plank's Comet. Hello, my fellow star, and indeed, it is a rare star stream. You came in right as I was about to take a break. But you know, I'll see all of you in a few minutes. we're back. Time to, you know, actually clear the Puzzle Plank Comet. Because we got a few attempts in before the break, but all those attempts did not end in success. So, for any Minecos who might have just joined the stream, the current thing we're doing is we're doing all of the Prankster Comet. So, you know, we're doing the second half of the title. Because we unlocked all of them. Yeah, it definitely... Because I added it sometime after April, which was when my last stream was. Because, you know, I have a very frequent stream schedule and everything. And we're just gonna pretend that I came up with the idea of a paper version of my PNGTuber by myself. Okay, that would... I'm not going to. So for those that do not know, AngelRoseStar also streams, and you should all go follow them right now if you somehow are not currently following them. I know. It's normal. I do it all the time. You know, Mineko streams all kinds of things. You know, they were doing a hardcore run in Minecraft where they're trying to get all the advancements. That ended though because they died. Also some Mario Maker. Hello, newbie. I was wondering where you were, because you weren't here to be one of the first 3 people in the stream today. I don't... Okay, I'm gonna switch to my other nunchuck and see if somehow that will fix my problems. Because, oh my... Is... Oh, I see. That kind of makes sense, I guess. You know, newbie, I didn't make any changes to my layout or do anything else. You know, everything is completely normal. Hmm. Hmm. If you say so. I don't know if that's a good idea, but I can't do anything to stop you. Hold on, I need to open something in case Newbie decides to start. Okay, there we go. Because I knew that with Newbie being here, that he might do something, so I need to have something open in case he does that. The thing I was talking about is I need my translator app of choice open. There we go. There's all of our star bits that we need. Okay, there we go. There's the comet that I was waiting for to appear. Yeah, this is a speedrun comet. Why was it not willing to spawn? Because these aren't locked behind other comets, I think. Okay, what am I doing there? I need to make sure I have enough time. That's a reset right there. I did get a new mic, but that was like back in January/December. So it must have taken you 6 months to notice. Okay, I did get it in December, but I didn't actually use it on stream until January. Forgetful Maneko. I don't know if long jumping around in a loop like that was the most effective strategy, but if it works, then... So we have 35 seconds, assuming I don't get another clock. I forgot that this is not an easy comet. The far reaches of the universe is apparently what they give that world, is the name they give World 3. I don't know how they come up with, like, those names, and how they only use them on the file select screen. They don't appear anywhere else. It's kind of like, why? Yeah, I should have just, you know, followed the direction of the platform, because that gives me much more time. Seconds. Doo-be-doo. You know, we will beat this level. There we go. I thought it was 3 phases, but they might have made it so for the boss fight it's not as many. I think that's funny how you can still just grab the timer even though it does nothing. Huh? I mean, you do you, newbie.
Yes! Wahoo! Wahoo! Ah! Wahoo! Whee! Woo! Ah! Ah! Wahoo! Woo! Wahoo! Ah! Wahoo! Ah! Whee! Woo! Whee! Woo! Ah! Wahoo! Ah!
I don't know if I agree with the assessment that this controller is low battery. I've been able to use it for as long as I have. Okay, this is why. I mean, I guess it makes sense, movie. I know there's a trick you can do with these flip platforms to get hyperspeed, but in the Purple Comet, that trick is completely useless.
Oh, yeah.
Oh dear, that is not the comet I would have wanted to spawn. Like, at all. I don't think that Fiery Flotilla's comet can exist yet. Wild Glide doesn't really have a comet. It has... There's some other weirdness going on there. And I don't think I can get the one in whatever the Bowser level in World 2 is, which name I'm blanking on. This level is interesting because there's way more than 100 purple coins, but it's actually pretty hard to get 100. Just because this slide is really jank. Although what I will always think is the most impressive thing anyone has done is someone managed to do this level while not collecting a single purple coin. That person was equals Peach, and I need to... Tall trunk. There's the video right there. And what's interesting is when you get to the end of the slide with no purple coins, it actually has unique dialogue. And the game is kind of like, you didn't get a single one? Now I'm not going to try for 0 purple coins unless somebody is willing to bribe me, because it's a giant waste of everyone's time. And I've also never done that. Although, doing this level with no purple coins would be a really good idea for, like, an April Fool's stream or something. Or, like, some other kind of joke stream. Because it's an interesting enough challenge that it would actually take a decent while to do. Even if I already know what the answer is. Which is, yes, you can somehow do it. I really wish that there was a way to get Wild Glide's comet to exist. No, it's not its comet, it's second star. Because the condition, I think, is you have to beat, like, Space Storm 2 of all levels. I don't know why. In Space Storm 2, in case you're wondering, that's all the way in World 5. Wait, no. It's whatever Space Storm level is impossible to unlock in the Starbitless run. No, it's not that. I was thinking of Fleet Glide. Wild Glide's comet, or no, the Wild Glide second star requires we do Beat Block Galaxy, the purple comet. I was like, I knew it was impossible because of some that we couldn't do it in Starbit because it was locked behind something that like the laws of the universe don't allow in that challenge. Remember, for the people at home, we have to get 100 when we reach the end, because otherwise I have to reset. Because if you don't have 100 when you reach the end, the game kills you. Okay, nope, there's no new mail. One thing is that at some point this stream, I will be attempting Boulder Bowl, since we did not beat it last stream, and we can't just leave it sitting there forever. Okay, the camera there was up to some really jank things. You know what? Just for the fun of it, I'm going to attempt Boulder Bowl. Because at some point, because I honestly think I could clear this. It's just that last stream I had a massive skill issue.
Hey! Oh yeah!
I don't think Luigi would necessarily even help us, is the thing. Okay, there's our one token attempt for now. Boo-dee-doo-doo-doo. And then we just first try it after spending one attempt away. Do-ba-do-do-do, do-ba-do.
Oh, yeah.
That's actually good because We need to be in World 2 anyway. Because what I hope we can do is clear this, do the Hightail Falls Comet, and then we do Boulder Bolt. Because here is a fact. Comets cannot spawn in a galaxy if that is the galaxy you just got a star from. So for example, if the last galaxy we got a star in was Boulder Bowl, the comet in Boulder Bowl cannot spawn. There is one exception to this rule, which is if no other comets can spawn, then it will allow that, but generally it doesn't. And the reason for this rule, I think, is because they want you to bounce between the galaxies a bit. They don't want you to just be doing all 3 stars in a galaxy back to back to back.
Yes. Whee!
And I honestly think the only reason the exception exists is because of Flip Out Galaxy in World X. And also Grandmaster. As in those situations, there's not another comet that can spawn. One thing's for sure, Bank Toad's really gonna like this level, if/when we ever beat it. Because the amount of star bits we get from it is absurd. Now I just need to figure out how to do this boss fight, and you know... make it alive, because I've gotten to this boss before, but... that right there is usually what happens. Be-do-be-do. Maybe the solution isn't to be in the rock. Maybe that's where I've been making the mistake.
Yes. Ah!
Be-do-be-do. I always know I don't want to be too close to those enemies because it's never gonna end well.
Whee! 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 Woohoo!
That is true. But you know, we have... Wait, no, what am I doing? I guess what we could do is, because we have more than enough stars, is I could... Wait, no. Because one thing here is, with the boss, is because I keep automatically just assuming I have to roll to dodge it, that's probably why I keep taking damage, is you can't be in that rock form for an infinite length of time, generally speaking. Because eventually the rock will break. Unless if you're in the bowling levels, then they have this weird tendency to make the rock last for perpetuity. Even when you would rather it not do that. You know, the rock mushroom sometimes is as difficult to use as the spring mushroom, but unlike the spring mushroom, which is a legitimately bad power-up that really shouldn't exist, the rock mushroom is actually good and has... and they don't have to invent use cases for it. I mean, there's like one level, I think, in either Galaxy game where the spring mushroom is actually required. No, two, I think, because Matter Splatter exists. We'll give this, like, 2 or 3 more good attempts, because the ad break is going to be pretty soon. Now, if we reach the boss, that probably only needs 1 attempt. This will probably be our last chance to get to the boss before the ad break.
Yes!
Oh, dear.
Woo!
Mm-hmm. So with the ads due to run pretty soon, like right now, I'm going to take a break and we will resume once they're finished. See you all in 3 minutes. And we are back. I do actually think the strategy is to not get into the ball form when it is. Because I did also look during the break to see just some videos of other people doing the boss, not necessarily Damageless, but just people doing the boss quickly. Which doesn't feel intuitive at all. There we go. So, as it turns out, I was overcomplicating this level the entire time. And I could have probably beaten it last stream. Oh well. Okay, fine, video game. I'll switch the batteries out since you're yelling at me. There we go. Now the batteries have been swapped out. So, you know, now it isn't going to be saying there's no battery. And, you know, now we can do the mission that, you know, we're supposed to be doing. Which is the prankster comets. We're not supposed to be doing normal World 2 levels. That was, you know, supposed to be last stream's. Now, ideally, when we end this stream, I want to be done with the Bowser Jr. level, but I don't think I will. Because we spent most of this stream not even in World 3. Basically playing catch up with the comets since we couldn't do them before. And now, And when I beat this level, you're gonna... for a moment I was worried that I was going to fall into the abyss. But fortunately, no. Okay, no, we're not gonna attempt that. Especially since there's a timer, and allowing that timer to reach 0 means resetting everything. Well, not resetting the whole run, but just resetting the game. Let's see. Did my plan to get the Boulder Bowl Comet to spawn work? It did. See, that's why I did Boulder Bowl's main star first. It's because I know how the comets work. And so we were trying to manipulate them to be as advantageous to us as possible. And soon, I think I'll be able to mostly... I can get rid of the plus comet specifier in the title. The Rolling Crabber Romp. I think this is the first time this has appeared on this channel, because in Stardust, this is not possible. And for the silliest of reasons, I might add. Because it's not like it's impossible to hit all these enemies. You can... This level is possible to complete, but when you beat it, you get a Rosalina mails you a letter. So it's impossible. Okay, yeah, we're not beating this, so reset. I think my goal is at least 45 stars by the end of the stream. Now, obviously more would be ideal, but I think that's where I want to be. I think that might mean beating World 3, though. I mean, that would be a pretty good pace, because that would mean that if we do a world stream, that we would be on the pace for 14 streams. Assuming that late game and green stars don't cause their own headaches. Because I don't expect late game to be easy. Like, World 6 could very well take 2 streams, and so could World S, if I'm being honest. Those worlds are kind of intimidating. And the greens, a lot of the green stars, some of them are normal, some of them are hidden in ridiculous spots, and some of them they make you do really crazy things to get. So green stars, that's... And then we have Grandmaster, which is the galaxy I'm the most worried about. I'm not really worried about the perfect run as much as you would think, because you already have to do that Damageless. I'm probably more worried about the ultimate test. Or at least I'm worried about the two equally. Are you kidding me? I could have gotten that one. But then I decided... But then I missed it. Okay, that's a interesting death there. Or an interesting way to take damage. I just take damage to one of the enemies. And this is what I mean by the rock mushroom is kind of difficult to use. With most other power-ups, I probably would have already beaten this comet by now. But the rock mushroom's very, very finicky to use. You never quite know how it's going to move, or at least I've never really gotten a handle on it. Oh dear, I can't... Melty Monster in particular has 1 star and 1 green star that I am very worried about. There we go. Once I saw that we had so much time with only 1 left, I kind of knew I was gonna get the star. I just had to, you know, not mess it up. And I didn't. So now I can edit the title and just say World 3 Galaxies. Because while we'll still be doing some Comet, they'll be in World 3. No, we're gonna do the other one first. We're gonna do Haunty Halls. A Glimmer of Boldberry. Ding, ding.
Yes! Woohoo!
We need this comet medal because we need to get every single comet medal for 100% completion. You know, how dare this level use the Bold Berry? Because, you know, the Bold Berry is sweet mystery galaxies. And that's another star obtained. What we will do is yeah, we'll do this star. So what we're going to do is we're going to do every single galaxy except for the Bowser one, to see how many star bits we get out of them, and then withdraw insert number of star bits here from the Bang Toad, because Bang Toad has way more than enough. But ideally, I don't want to withdraw too much. So those are our reserve star bits. You know, it feels weird to get those checkpoints because they're like mostly completely meaningless.
Huh?
Because it's not like I can respawn from them, really, because if I do die, I reset the whole game. I just kind of collect them anyway. Because I can. Actually, no, we'll do Freezy Flake. Because this way we unlock more galaxies and potentially comet shenanigans. Because I don't know if we necessarily want to be doing stars and levels back to back. I don't think that that is optimal.
Yes.
We'll still do that level. We're just doing a different level for routing reasons. This is probably my favorite snow level theme. I have to be very careful with my words there. Because I probably like Freeze Flame more, but Freeze Flame is more of an ice level. At least in my mind. Also, there's the fact that half of Freeze Flame is not frozen at all. There we go.
Oh, yeah. Yes! Ah! Woo! Hey! Hoo! Hey!
If it wasn't for the Rosalina letters with Starbits, this would be one of the coolest stars in the Starbitless run. Because of what I just did there, kind of. This star really shouldn't be possible, Starbitless, but it is. Unfortunately, the Rosalina letter cancels that out. Because even if you can physically get the star, it doesn't really matter. Damageless, this is really easy. Or at least, I think it should be. Because with this level, the only damageless hurdle is not dying. Because you can't really take damage while on the star ball. Because that's not how the video game works. Now those people that were observant during the last level will have noticed that I did not get the Comet Medal. And that's because with how that level works, you can't get the Comet Medal if you do the Secret Star. I realize I probably should have done the main star first, honestly. Oh well. That was a really bad play there. I should have just not even attempted that, because there's no way I was going to not get knocked off of the platform there. I don't know why any part of me thought that was a good idea. It made literally no sense. Honestly, so what we want to do is, I think we want to do this star, and then we want to do Deep Block Galaxy. As weird as that sounds. Trust me, there's a method to the madness here. I was kind of both right and wrong that my like 45-star goal would be mostly finishing World 3.
Hey!
Let's remember, don't make any foolish decisions with the boss. Remember, we're going to, with this level, whatever amount of star bits we get, we're gonna get 50 more. At this level, if I grabbed my other Wii remote, I probably could get a bunch of star bits, but I'm not gonna do that because co-star mode is not really easy to use if you don't have another person using the other Wii remote. Remember, don't let it get into the corner, because... There we go. We defeated it, you know, the way that you should defeat it. One moment. I will be back. And we are back. I forgot I had muted the mic. Sorry about that. Back with our regularly scheduled programming. Okay, we want exactly 1,000. Do, 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 do. Step to the beat. So what we're gonna do next is, no matter if we get the letter for the Wild Glide thing, is gonna be the main star for Freezy Flake. Wait, I just realized that Freezy Flake doesn't have a comet at all. So therefore, I don't need to worry about any of the things I was thinking about. So we can just kind of use the Freezy Flake levels to help spawn the other comets. You know, in my opinion, it's kind of a little bit of a shame that there isn't a Freezy Flake comet. Because if you ask me, a Freezy Flake comet would be awesome. Like, just imagine a comet where you have to face Sora Betty. That would have been such an awesome comet, but they decided not to do it. You You know, apparently I must take damage to incredibly silly things. I just need to, you know, not make a bunch of silly, unnecessary mistakes. Which, you know, theoretically, shouldn't be that difficult. Okay, what I'm gonna do is I'm going to save here so that I at least don't have to do that part again. Okay, that's just ridiculous. I would start a prediction about how far we're going to get, but it's pretty late in the stream, and honestly the answer at this point is... Does the stream end right when we reach World 4, or am I going to be doing some part of World 4? That's the only real question at this point. You know, there's definitely lore implications about how these hungry Lumas, once they're fed a certain amount of star bits, that they transform into entire galaxies, but you know, we're not going to think about those lore implications at all. Because I would rather not. Of course, we're getting close to the time of the hour where the ads are going to run. I don't know if I'm a big fan of it, but it is something that exists. You know, we're only gonna lose like 940 something net star bits from playing this level. 941, but it's worth it. Let's go back to World 2 for a moment. Because that right there. Because this is the last thing we really need to do outside of World 3. We only really have one attempt at this. Because ads. You know, Nunchuck, you were doing so well. A 103. It was just barely not a 104. Let's see. Can I do all this, the star get stuff before the ads? So as soon as we get back on Starship Mario, I will be taking a break. And I will see you all in a few minutes. And we are back now. At this point, the goal is... Can we complete World 3 in its entirety? No holds. Unlike the last stream, where we completed World 2, but we were missing a level. Nope, that's the wrong star. Fortunately, it's a pretty easy fix. This is interesting because it feels like they took the first star but then decided, what if we made changes to it? Because you don't do the... Alright, yes, they changed the location. You can tell it's been a minute since I've done that level in particular, because I was going for where it is in the main star. What? Why is this not working? I'm gonna switch back to the other nunchuck. Because apparently that one doesn't want to work anymore. So for those keeping track, I have now, at different points of this stream, used both Wii remotes I have, and both nunchucks. And the only reason I'm switching isn't because of the controllers dying or anything. It's because the controllers don't want to work. And they want to keep sabotaging the run. And here's the thing. When you see it says the nunchuck is disconnected, that isn't really the issue itself. That is just... I physically have to unplug the nunchuck in order to fix the problems it causes. Which I don't like. At all. The good news is the next Damageless run I do is guaranteed to be something to where I don't need the nunchuck. One way or another. Because either I'm going to be doing like Mario Wii for the next Damageless run, or something on the Switch. Now who knows, the miscellaneous challenge, you know, the slot that Odyssey Coinless occupies, that might be a bit of a different question. We need to give Banco back the glasses. So the reason we're doing this level is Freezy Flake doesn't have comets, and this one does.
Yes!
Plus, when we get Freezy Flake's comet medal, it'll be 20, and that might mean World 1's comet appears. We gave this level like one attempt earlier, but then I decided for routing reasons to skip it. To do the route of levels that we've been doing. We're just getting stars left and right like it's nothing. You know, I'll let the Lumas take over. There we go. So that's another... That's 20 comet points. Assuming that I don't, you know, die or take damage to something, because that could happen. Alright, I forgot that the fire flower is going to just reignite the thing. You know, we need an ice flower. Too bad, I don't think there's any ice flowers in this entire game. Like, I legitimately don't think the ice flower appears. Yeah, it doesn't even appear in this game, which is kind of weird if you ask me. Because it appears in the first one. I like how all my routing shenanigans are somehow working. They really shouldn't be, but they are. I did not necessarily want to backflip there, but I did. It's like we just did that star a few minutes ago, or something very similar to it. I didn't even, like, necessarily think that that comet would spawn. Hello, Dave Pie 33. You know, today we've kind of just been breezing through stars. You know, part of me thinks I should re-add the fact that we're also doing prankster comets, but considering this is going to be for like 1 or 2 stars at most, it's overkill. Although Gobblegut is not easy at all. Gobblegut. I remember Gobblegut took quite a few attempts when we did the regular level. So I can't imagine it will be better when we have to speedrun it, although we don't have to do the rest of the level, which is nice. Yeah, that's the part that's real hard, is the first phase is not difficult for Gobblegut. I can relatively easily do it. The second phase is brutal. No, it's just that level, you only have 2 minutes to do it, because that's how the game works. Because the level we were doing is a speedrun comet, where you only get so much time to beat it. Otherwise, we're not speedrunning at all. If I was speedrunning this challenge, I would have already completed it before the stream even took place. Ordinarily, I'm not someone to really care about completing the levels in these challenge runs fast. I care about just completing them at all. But the game forces our hand. In fact, I'm pretty sure the first time I did Gobblegut, I took so long that I would have died in the comet. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong about that. I don't remember how much time the winning attempt spent on the boss. All I do know is that beating this level at all was a bit of a trial of tribulation. And these prankster comments are not designed to be any easier. That's actually really good that we got that, because that makes the next phase a little easier. There we go. I'm honestly surprised that that didn't take longer. Because this feels like the kind of thing that would have taken a lot longer to do. Do-do-do-do. So that means that all of World 1 is done until the green starts. Which is good. I don't think the World 2... the Bowser level in World 2, that comet's gonna spawn before we do anything in World 4. Or before we get to World 4.
Yes!
I know that there's doing like a skit you could do with the rock mushroom, but I'm not sure do it because I don't even know how to do that trick. Yeah, that's just the pipe that leads to the secret. But we don't care about that necessarily. Because we've already done the secret stuff. Because it's legitimately one of the easiest Damageless stars to do in the whole game. I don't know if there's an easier Damageless star that exists. This, on the other hand, this boss could be a bit of a struggle. I could see this being this stream's Roladillo. We already failed on the first try, but that's pretty... That's pretty standard. Oftentimes I do take damage on the first time I do a boss. Just because it is the first time this challenge run I've attempted it. Yeah, that's lava layer. That's what I thought it was. So this one I think is then Fearsome Fleet, I believe. Yes. What gets that common into existence? For beat block.
Yes!
I did not know that that was a thing, or maybe I did, but I didn't remember that it was a thing. One thing I like about this star is its name kind of has two meanings. It's just, I think it's a really cool thing that they did. Because it's Sora Betty's Hilly Receptor. Which, you know, is a reference to the fact that this level is both extremely cold and that we pretty much start fighting Sora Betty the second that we meet them. I am not throwing for content here. I deny any claims that I did that intentionally. You know, it's just, I'm very bad at the video game, as it turns out. And, you know, we can't get the stars with as little resistance as we have, mostly. That would be boring. There has to be, you know, a little more resistance. Because, you know, it has to be, we have to reach like 4 hours before we complete World 3. So, you know, the universe is gonna make sure that I make as many mistakes for that to occur. But remember, I'm not doing it intentionally. Because the stream probably ends the moment that we complete Fearsome Fleet. Unless there's some comment before World 4 that unlocks itself. Which I don't think will happen. That does nothing. I have to remember that that's not how the rock mushroom works. We're not going to roll up this hill here. Even if I would like that to be how the game works. Okay, that was just a really bad idea there. I don't know why I would do that, but I did. Oh, yes. That removes I kind of knew when I started this level that it had the risk to become the Boulder Bowl 1 level, the level that just where we get stuck because of the boss. The good news is I don't know if we're necessarily going to be as stuck. And also this is pretty close to the end. At least, I would hope it is. Let's remember, you cannot roll up this hill. The momentum just doesn't allow that. Apparently it's not going to allow me to long jump, which that's probably because of the fix to prevent backwards slope jumps. Because in Galaxy 1, you could climb up slope by doing by jumping backwards. So they fixed that between 1 and 2. Which, you know, in my opinion, they shouldn't have fixed. But I also know why they were. Because there's no way they're gonna let a glitch like that stay in. This is technically a PB. And then we squandered it, because of course we did. You know, then I squandered it. Because, you know, me actually... Let me... Okay, yeah, no, you're not getting that many Comet medals. So, Beatbox Comet is not happening this stream because it requires 27 Comet medals, which, yeah, no, that's impossible. We have 20, and at most we're gonna get is 21. Unless if we start doing things in World 4, which I'm not gonna do.
Yes!
And we're also not gonna be doing the lava layer comet either, because that requires 22. Those will be saved for a time known as the next time I stream this challenge run, which will probably be a bit from now, because we still have 2 Odyssey streams to make up. Because this really should be an Odyssey. At least, normally I would have this be an Odyssey stream. But let's just say that there are reasons why I would do Galaxy 2 today. And those reasons are in no way, shape, or form related to the fact that today is the 5-year anniversary of me adopting my current username. That's actually the entire reason I'm playing this game. We're really streaming it all today. I can't believe it took me that long to reveal the secret reason that I was doing this challenge run today. Sora Betty. Let's see, what other stars are there that we could... Ding 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 ding. I do at least, no matter what happens this stream, I'm gonna try and make sure that I beat Fearsome Fleet, even if it means skipping this level. Because I at least want to have next stream when we start it. We open with World 4. Because World 4 has a lot of levels. And so far this challenge run has, each stream has ended kind of at one of those nice points where we can move on from one world to the next. So I might actually be attempting doing some lava layer towns, just so that plus, this level is not going to be easy in and of itself, because Mega Hammer is never easy to do. I don't know if that was exactly what I wanted to take place, but I don't think it was the complete wrong option. Yeah, I knew that wasn't gonna work, but it's kind of one of those I had to try it anyway. Remember, Yoshi means damageless or something. I don't know if destroying that was at all to my interest. Well, getting the life mushroom means almost nothing. Because as it turns out... Okay, so I'm gonna snooze the ads because I don't want the ads to play during the boss. That does mean pre-rolls could play during them, but oh well. There we go. This is the hard part. Ah, we had to wait there. I should have been... Oh. There we go. And that is Mega Hammer defeated. So I think that will be it for the stream. The next stream we'll do is probably Mario Odyssey Coinless or Luigi U if that's what I fancy. And we'll let these cutscenes play, and that will be the end of that. So now, let's see who is a viable raid target. 'Cause there has to be somebody. Okay, there. So I think I know who we're going to raid. We've raided this person before. It's one Cupid, so I'm going to do the raid messages. And until next time, bye! Let me make sure that I spell their name correct.